Return. Sorry, I think the stream blipped out for a second. I accidentally, I think I accidentally hit the end stream button instead of the be right back. Like an idiot. Alright. Well. Um I gave 5 10s this year. I don't remember how many I gave the previous year. But I feel good about my 10s. I feel like the 10s that I gave were warranted. Let me know what you guys think. What's up, Rui? There were a lot of good looks. There were a lot of good looks. Thank you. I think I'll make a little highlight reel of all of the 10s that I gave this year. This is a good look. Can't argue with that. Very solid, very solid. You know, I was expecting a little bit more avant-garde this year. I feel like a lot of them were very, there was a lot of ball gown activity, which is, I guess, fair. But I was expecting a bit more like crazy, zany looks. That's kind of the vibe that I was going for. But you know, I think it was solid. It was solid. 4 women and 1 man got 10s, which is pretty consistent. Pretty consistent with what I usually expect. And I don't know. Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what your favorite look is. Who wore it best? And yeah, these are always so much fun. I always enjoy doing these. So that's that's all I've got on that. Let's move on, shall we? Let's go into Ace Attorney Investigations 2 finale. We are finishing the game. Thank you for the resub, Moth. 5 10s. Yeah, I'm curious how much there was, how much 10s I gave last year. I feel like I probably gave around 5. That's usually, I think, my average. I don't know. This was definitely a slightly above average year. Definitely not the best for fashion, but it was solid. I definitely saw a lot of looks that I enjoyed, but I do think, I feel like I saw more just like plain dresses than anything. More than I usually do. And I don't know. It was just kind of, it left a lot to wanting or last year when Kanye brought that one woman on the red carpet. I don't know if that was the Met Gala, but when she was like completely naked. Yeah. Um Megan was not. Yeah, she was not here this year. Sag. All right. Well, I know we kind of breezed through a lot of those, but honestly, there weren't a lot of like super crazy outlandish ones this year, in my opinion. There were a few that were like hits, but most of them were eh. All right. We are finishing Ace Attorney Investigations 2 today. We may start the Grace 8 Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney today. No promises. I'm gonna start downloading it just on the off chance that we do. But we still have at least another 3 hours of AAI2, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. No promises. But I did slot some time, I think Wednesday or Thursday, to actually start it. So if we don't do it then, we'll definitely do it. We'll definitely do it then. Okay, sorry. Okie dokie. I'm excited. The end of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Okay, that's 655. 657. Okay, here we go. Honestly, that was shorter than I thought it would be. Mostly because I breezed through so many of them. I don't know. I feel like when I don't have a lot to say, I just give it a grade and move on, you know? Okie doke. The body's where it should be now, over by the snowman. Kind of sad nobody being here anymore, huh? No, Kay, not even slightly. Now that the body is gone, there may be new clues for us to discover. Let's go over the scene with a fine-tooth comb. One more time. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Okay, let's do a recap. For me and for you. And this is gonna be long, because there's a lot of stuff going on in this case. Or should I say cases? Yeesh. The victim in this case is Dijon Wang, the president of Zhang Fa, who was found on the set of a movie, and he was laying with just a yellow stain on his chest. The accused is Sean Fenn and Verdi Gavel, working together to murder Dijon Wang. We're currently looking at a case that happened 12 years ago because it may be connected to the murder of the president. I don't know. I mean, it's only been like 2 days, so I don't think I'm gonna go through everything. I think that's the gist. If you got questions, feel free to ask. But I mean, this case is so involved that I feel like I would get exhausted just going through every single little detail. Okay, so we need to make a deduction, it seems like. Right off the bat, it looks like the blood was cut off. What's the deal with that? Can we switch back to the other? Let's see. Why is it cut off like that? I assume that's intentional. What is the difference between these two? There's one set of footprints. There's one set of footprints going towards the blood. And then there's two sets of footprints going away and toward the blood. Is the brick still there in the other recreation? It is not. Okay, so he was holding the brick in this recreation. And then in the other recreation, the brick is on the floor? Okay, so the blood wasn't belonging to the victim here. So whose blood was it? If we know anything from Danganronpa, it's impossible to... Not impossible, but it's pretty difficult to just, like, move blood. So this had to be from someone else. This was someone else's blood. That's what it's saying. But whose blood is it? Okay, so the bloody button, the blood is his. But the blood on the stain on the floor is not his. So whose blood is it? I guess that's what we're trying to figure out. He was struck on the head and died at around 1 a.m. on February 10th, but that's not his blood on the ground? I think we already established that he Was he not? He wasn't struck here, right? I think there was at the end of the case, or at the end of last stream, I think we decided there was a lot of confusion as to like where his body was, or not necessarily where it was, but where he was. I think we determined that he was standing. He was standing here, right? I think that's what we determined. Okay, so he was hit here. But then why did they leave the brick here? I guess to make it look like he was murdered here. But whose blood is it? That's what I don't get. If this isn't his blood, are we trying to determine whose blood it is? And then I think we also determined that this picture wasn't taken by the victim as we initially thought that it was. It was taken to look like he was looking here, but he was hit. God, I still don't really fully understand it. Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another. Damn it, the light's out so I can't see, but it looked like he was being kidnapped. Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you. Not actually Aldown's shoes. They appear to have been placed on his feet by the culprit after the murder took place. The blood wasn't Aldown's. So is it? So maybe it was the person whose shoes they are, because they replaced his shoes with this other person's shoes. I'm just gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up since this is the beginning of the stream. I'm gonna look this one up. Ace Attorney Investigations 2-5 walkthrough. Don't throw the tomatoes. We're in middle part 1. Examine the area where Aldown's body originally was and examine the blood stain. The blood probably belonged to someone else, and Excelsius probably falsified the report stating that it was Aldown's. The blood was also found on Aldown's clothes. So it was spilled not long before Aldown was killed. The mysterious blood stain is added to the organizer. Edgeworth suspects that this information creates a new contradiction somewhere. Highlight the bloodstain and deduce from the fire that the fire must have occurred after the incident. What? Okay, if you say so. Oh, the snow is melted by the fire, right? And when did that fire happen? We need to take another look and think about that. Okay. I see. The snow was melted by the fire. I don't know. Yeah, that makes sense, but I can't say I would have readily picked that up. Uh, maybe I would have, maybe I would have been more cognizant before. What? Oh, the way that usually when he says just there's a clear contradiction here, like it means that it's not right, so I just skipped it. There's a clear contradiction here. Huh? In the blood stain? The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire, which means that the blood in question was spilled before the fire was started. Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no? If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here, the kid who lit it might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winter's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You. Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Sorry, I forgot my voice for a sec. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Jangfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I've remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu. Shifu, I'm back. Brought everything the police had on the fire, and I also brought the picture from your father's office. About time. What kept you, huh? Well, hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it. This is the picture I remember. Who the hell is that on the right? Is that the president? Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident? Sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. Child's drawing data. Shifu, there's... What now? Look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor. Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire, too? Sure, here. You'll just give me a moment to read through it. Seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because he saw something, right? No, kid, really? That's horrible. But sadly not unimaginable. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this? Oh. I bet it's the other... Is it the other horn to the plushie? That's... What's it doing in the case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? You've seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item that the boy left behind? I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case. but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Wang's. You've seen it before? Of course, he always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see. It has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings? You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. Hey, you're the man. Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away. Here it is, Shifu. The Torosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? It fits perfectly. And? Any more recordings on there? Hi, Dijon. Sorry, President Wang. It's me, Emily. I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. Turn it off, right now! Oh, shit. What's gotten into Judge Cavell? Are you okay? Just turn it off, please! You see, I had a baby. Beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, that's pretty much... I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Finn. There's a nice ring to it, don't you think? No! Oh, shit. I was right, dude. They fucked. Yo. Wasn't it? Ew. Wasn't he like 60? Pedo alert. Sean Finn. She would have been 14. The kid? And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. But you can meet him if you'd like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. Oh, shit. What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Sean isn't my biological son. Oh, okay. I adopted him. Oh. Okay. And he was aware of this? Yes, of course. His mother, Emily Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins. Oh, I see. Okay. But we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided that the best way to do that would be for him never to know in the first place. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Yes, Sean? You sure? He's really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Jiangfa. Makes sense. That line of work might, well, have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her. Sorry, Judge Cabell, but I have to ask. Emily, the lady who asked the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. I'll bet that was Chairman Winter's doing. Though sadly, we can't approve it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. And she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean. Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over. You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying. Oh, that didn't work at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Emily was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well. But I... Makes sense now. No wonder Judge Cabell was so keen to avoid sharing the details of that meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean, too. That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie. And that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the 2 of them, you see. President Wayne gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Shifu! Been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? Been hovering there this whole time. Can it wait? They sent something else from Zhang Fa. President Wang's will. What? The president's will, huh? He gave my father medal after medal. I had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. What? What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Ooh. Then what happened? Sean's name appears in the president's will. And we're certain that the document is authentic? That President Wang wrote it himself? Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back when the SS5 incident happened. The one I analyzed it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to remain the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. Still can't quite believe it, but the president's confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it, Sean. You're President Wang's son. Damn, dude. Scandalous. Sean. Sean! Juicy. Six 4:51 p.m. Big building, empty lot. Sean. He was my dad? It can't have been easy, learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. and too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean, I get it. He's the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But it's right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would have never happened, and you wouldn't have ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers. Sean, please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Damn, dude. Just for a little while. The bond between parent and child, symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhangfa, so I know that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things for now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we've learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. Never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing how, now what he figured out. How about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Give me one sec, guys. Oh. Okay. Just had to send a text. We're near closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago. What's up, bye-bye? Oh. You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. How's it going? Good to see ya. Now all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth. Oh shit. Why don't we just kiss? Why do we need to do all this? How's stream? It's been good. The real story of the SS5 incident. The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. The Torosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except he was kidnapped, and Aldown happened to see it. If Aldown hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage the photo to throw everybody off the scent. So that's our current theory, is it? But there's something I still don't understand. There is? This. Why risk staging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? It's a good question. I think my theory is still that, because they said that the president like changed since that day. I wonder if it wasn't his if it wasn't the president, or maybe it's not the president now. I don't know. We may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away. Okay, the president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. True. Orosaurus Troop toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fan. Except he was kidnapped and Aldown happened to see it. If Aldown hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the scent. I mean, yeah, that's a good theory. I guess we gotta, let's see. Are you sure that's really what happened that night? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? I get the sense we're not seeing everything, that there's something else at play behind it all. There is? But what? There's a piece of evidence that we've discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further. A piece of evidence. We've discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. Maybe the child's drawing? I mean, that seems like it's the president and, the convict dude. The dog guy. The time appears to be 5:55, or no, 6 o'clock. He has a knife, I think. It looks like a knife. Left on the scene of the murder 12 years ago. The blood was in Aldown's. Look at me, dude. I'm a big smarty pants. Yeah, because the blood... Yeah, we still don't know whose blood that is. You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Aldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet it remains possible that Mr. Aldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There's a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Aldown was murdered over by the snowman. Oh, yeah, wait a minute, Mr. Snowman. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to that king. I think he passed away. Can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe, I'll be the first to admit it, but it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. Interesting. Interesting. You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this horrible homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seemed to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else happened that night. Excelsius Winter tried to shroud the existence of it. Damn, I'm really on this shit, dude. I'm doing this blind. No, the walkthrough is closed. I promise. Listen, I'll admit if I used the walkthrough, I did at the beginning. So I'm just that smart, dude. I'm just a brainy boy. Excelsius Winter tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness, but there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress, thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lane. My father? Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winter wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have, that's why. He did? What was it? It's right there, here in this picture. The picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that that's the president on the right-hand side. Sure, I guess. And that's the Torosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him? Bodhidharma? Bodhidharma? Body yaddy 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 yaddy? Bodhidharma Canis? Eastern robes and a black dog. That could, well, also bald. That can only be Bodhidharma Canis. What? The creepy assassin guy? What would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. Yeah! And Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winter were... Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Aldam was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination. Wait, so was my theory right? So the president was murdered and they just had like a doppelganger president? That's pretty crazy. That's crazy if true. Which means it could be, I honestly wouldn't be super shocked if it ended up being like one of the sons of the dudes in the third case. Because they keep mentioning that, right? They keep mentioning that there's like the sons, like they can't find the sons of the perp and also the victim in the third case. I wouldn't be super surprised, honestly, if it ended up being, because it has to be somebody, right? So yeah, interesting. This feels like a Danganronpa 2-1 situation. No elaboration, because I don't want to spoil, but if you know, you know. Not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? I don't know. We all die. We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Oh, what if... Okay, but we also know this could also be like a similarity to case 3, where like they froze the body. So maybe he, well, no, because he's alive, but it's not him. Yeah, I think that's either he's alive or the doppelganger is on the run. Either way, somebody's dead. Well, that's for sure. Somebody's definitely dead. Yeah, we even met him. Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago and a president killed in the last 48 hours. A time-traveling president. No, detective. Oh. 2 presidents, in other words. Right, which is completely impossible. Or is it? I think it's entirely possible. I don't know, America's had 47. I think it's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents. Shadow president. In fact, that would explain a lot. But regardless of what happened, I still respect him. Jingfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. The president Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. No, Presidential mask is well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were 2 completely different people. But how could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it is possible for there to be 2 presidents. One was a body double? I don't know, either they were twins or one was a body double, yeah. One of the 2 was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double? President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Jingfa, figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts, but that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof. Do you have any proof that there was more than one president? President Wang was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's presence at embassy until midnight confirmed by DeLong Lang. Right. Prosecutor in charge, Excelsius winner, suspect Fifi Lagarde. President Wang was supposed to meet Amelie Fan at the orphanage at midnight. Witness Alf Aldon was murdered, his body moved, and a photograph of the kidnapping staged.
Take that!
Oh, okay. I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face, or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Amelie Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight, but it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in 2 places at one is if there were 2 of him. Ow! Ow! I think is what they meant. So the real president? That was the one who died 12 years ago? I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Connors to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. The fake evidence, what was it again? The fake evidence, the blood? Person responsible for the real president's death. Perhaps they wanted to take his place. That seems a believable motive. Now I just need to present Agent Lang with evidence showing who they are. The fake evidence. Mr. Aldown's photograph? The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder. Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. Excelsius winner and VP Lagarde helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. You're telling me it magically disappeared? No, in fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time. Was it buried? Was it buried in the planter? Chairman Winter dug something up last night, something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. Oh my god. Damn. That's crazy. Wow. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. Wait, you mean... That's right, the real president's body. I think it's highly likely, anyway. What? The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains. Damn. Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh? Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. There is a body under one of them. There should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, give me someone from forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. Grr, so it really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winter. The physique looks to be about right. Dental and medical records are a match. Dental and medical records? It's him, no doubt about it. They were able to glean all that from a 12-year-old dead body? So as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago. The SS-5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Well, technically a double homicide. Concrete was broken and the earth exposed after Excelsius Winter dug up President Wang's corpse. Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track. Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly. Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage. 12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. At real Dijon Wang. His aim? To meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to those of Mr. Aldown seemed likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharma Kamas. That's so sad. He's hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to... Indeed, but at least with Mr. Connors, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred. Mr. Aldown's murder? Yes, seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the site that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far away enough that he believed that what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point, oh, the body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators walked right behind Mr. Aldown, leading to our unfortunate eyewitness being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So was it the body double who moved Mr. Aldown's body too? Yes, I think it probably was. But none of the footprints could have been his, could they? Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. Which shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints. The shoes. What if the president's double moved Mr. Aldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Aldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes, meaning that he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president. Of course, his would have been the same shape and size. It would have looked like a single set of footprints. Damn, dude, that's crazy. So that's how it all went down. So glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's one thing I still don't get. There is? What? Why do they need to pretend there was a kidnapping? Mr. Aldown had seen the president at the orphanage. He left a message on Mr. Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the co-conspirators to erase that message. Man, this is a crazy web. I feel like I gotta, draw out the conspiracy board at this point. Okay. So to summarize, Dijon Wang, there was an attempt to assassinate Dijon Wang in the first case. Although it wasn't actually an assassin, it wasn't actually intended to assassinate him at all. It was just to curry favor for him, right? But that was carried out by Bronco Knight. But it turned out Bronco Knight murdered his co-worker. That was the first case. In the second case, when Bronco Knight was being held in prison, the day of his sentence, he was murdered by Fifi Lagarde. Fifi Lagarde was also complicit in this whole presidential situation, right? The third case, I don't think we fully have a connection with that one yet, do we? I have my theories, but I think that's gonna play into it at some point. In the fourth case, Excelsius Winner killed Rosie Ringer, who was attempting to avenge Alf Aldown. Excelsius Winner was also working with Fifi Lagarde. Okay. Rosie Ringer was trying to avenge Alf Aldown, who died by the hands possibly of Bodhidharma Canis. Wow. Wow. I gotta say, this is a crazy case. This may rival Ace Attorney 3-5 for me. I gotta say, this is a phenomenal case. Like, just tying everything together. I'm not used to it. I feel like there's, you know, they're usually with like the 5th case, it usually draws from like the 4th case, and that's about it. You know, there's like some bits and pieces here and there, but like, this is crazy. It's crazy how much it like strings everything together. Like, everything is making sense now. You know, I love that. That's really cool. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message, so they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true. It's almost just like everybody was in the right place at the right time in this whole 5-case ordeal. By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw. Exactly. I think the 2 people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde. She's the one in the trench coat. How can you be so sure of that? The 2 of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before. Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers. Hello, Towie Star. Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers. The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9, too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. It does, which means my father must have noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. He knew what would happen if that news ever got out. Zhang Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, and he chose to hide it. Well, it's finally coming to light at last. Is it indeed intriguing? Huh? What? Who's there? Another character. Oh, it's Bodhidharma. That sound. Is that a bell? Just realized his shirt says boss. What the heck are you doing here? Why the law? What's up, Nils? This game could have ended here if not for this interjection. What the law? You think you could just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem? Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wang. I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned, or someone else, should I say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. No worries, Nils. There's still loose ends, but from all I talked to, this roller coaster was pleasing enough as is to this point. Yeah, no, I definitely... This definitely feels like a nice little bow to tie it, but we still got another, like, 2 hours, so... A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. What? Wait, you know who they are? In a manner of speaking. What did you call them again? A secret mastermind? It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course. Red raincoat? The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Albert? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, you know. 12 long years ago. No worries, Nils. Good luck on whatever you got going. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winter Lagarde. All three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So it was the president's body double who hired you. I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. 3 times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him? There was a difference, of course, even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No. So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Rook's not around. That means I'm number 1. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. You. Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me. Seems the king and his knight was much the same. True. The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals. Locals such as Chairman Winter. Once Miss Fenn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap. The meeting she arranged so the president could meet her son. Now it'd have been the perfect opportunity. Indeed, and with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. And Lord in the guard. Now, quid pro quo, where might I find the pup? What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same? He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage. Oh, yeah, we saw that. There's some kind of a prank, right? A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understood it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he appeared to see Winter and Lagarde carry away a dead body. LPW. Let's pre-watch. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. Little pussy watcher. That fucking sound bite of Yeah, no, I know. Um, but that soundbite of Ice Spice. So, damn, can I play with my pussy one time? Plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. Seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for such an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire. No way, so that's what the fire was for? Must have been ever so beautiful. Winter and Lagarde were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance. You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this? Sounds troubled this youth was. I know, for real. Like Justin Bieber when he was peeing in that mop bucket. Or Ariana Grande when she ate that donut. Or she licked the donut. Remember when Ariana Grande licked a donut and said, "I hate America," and everybody was like, "She must die." That was the craziest, like, oh my God, America was a simpler time when the biggest scandal was girl licks donut. She did the worst thing you could ever do. She licked a donut. I do indeed. Don't I, Helmut? Yes. Yes, I do. All right, rebuttal. Forgot that's what we were doing. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President. Okay, but that meant that I too became an inconvenience in need of removal. Imposter President, Winter, and Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. If I hadn't met my friend the young pup again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. Again? So the two of you had met before? Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve, 18 years back. 18 years. 18 years. That was, wasn't that case 3? So, yeah, I think my theory is coming to fruition. That it was, that maybe the kid was the son of either the perp or the victim. That long ago? But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I'd taken Helmut out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. 18 years ago? How old is this fucking dog? I guess it's possible. My dog is 43. I caught up to him. He was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. Oh. Inside I found 2 young boys shivering and semi-conscious. 2? Yes, and I found them even an hour later. The poor wretches would have never made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage. Is it me, or is there something significant about what he just told us? Yes! As if you even need to ask. What is it about Connors' statement that is especially noteworthy? The date? It was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago? You're certain of that? I am. Holy smokes, yeah, I'm still here. We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence relates... I don't know, actually. What do we have relating to, Oh, okay, IS-7. It was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor. No way! An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. Suppose that would make sense. It would. One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see. Must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition. Indeed. Because his son... Without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning. So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. They weren't? No. When we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. And the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names. How? So they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids? If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Connors, would you mind telling us what happened next? By all means. He's being super complicit. Despite, like, escaping prison. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. Couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. Rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. People from 12 years ago? You mean Lagarde, Winner, and the President, I assume? Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate this whole time, right? I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. Because you murdered President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, that would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner, too. Exactly. Not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know you are, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. Please don't worry about your son. I only kill those who I am employed to kill, which in this case means you. No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. It might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no, an interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world will know that I have one. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. The son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct? Horns? You can see them? I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. or longer than you might realize. I have a third ear in the back of my head. That's why it's so oblong and veiny. So the president meant to tell the world about Sean, prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough to simply have Connors' word on the matter. Of course, we have something that proves that he's telling us what the president said is true, the will. Me? No, not you, Will Powers. A will? Wow, there are really a lot of characters in this case. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us after all. The name in the recording, the preparations he had made in his will. With those three pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked. With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time, and Sean's true identity with it. President Wang was more agile than I anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark. So it was Connors who tore the horn off the Torosaurus doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup. The pup and I. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison, but then I stopped hearing from him, couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. Rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison? I was. Via post office box. What's that? It's a means of exchange. Really? It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. If I never knew where he was, I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about? We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life. Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with... As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Connors' chess opponent was Mr. Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight. We found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. So does that mean Knight had something to do with all that IS-7 business? Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? The report on Knight?
Take that.
Damn. Had some of the Bronxers things, right? Why not take another look-see? Maybe something IS-7 relevant will jump out at you? It's the chess piece? The chess set?
Hold it.
This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Which one should I look at more closely? The ring? Yeah, it has the PH on it. From the third case. Whoa. Yeah, I thought I saw that earlier when they found it in the safe. but I wasn't sure. The ring. What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would. That design. That's Paul Halik's trademark. Mark. Indeed. Looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? They tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember rightly, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem, which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death. So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son? Whoa. Whoa. Okay, that's crazy. Wow. Generational murder. So then I wonder I wonder who. Okay, so if that's Frost's son, then we still don't know who Custo, whatever his name is, the perp in the third game. The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over. And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right? Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight? Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is the guy who already kicked the bucket? That's impossible. How can a dead guy be behind all this? It is a little perplexing, but then who else could it be? Did so used to enjoy tapping out my little letters in Braille. Where the fuck did this come from? In Braille? That's how you wrote all of them? That's right. I have the tools to do so in my cell. Huh, so you have to use special tools? Never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense. What exactly did you write about, if you don't mind my asking? Was writing fan fiction of Michael Scott and Dwight Schrute. Oh, sorry I asked. Oh, this and that. General chit-chat. Chess moves, of course. They play The Office on reruns in the prison rec room. But only seasons 8 and 9. That's terrible. He wrote the chess moves in Braille too? That's interesting. But what's wrong with 8 and 9?
That's when things really fell off, because Michael Scott, he left.
But wasn't the show doing so well?
It was. But he was kind of carrying a lot of the show. It was just kind of nothing without him. Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move, the dog?
Perhaps we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letters stopped. No, I kind of want to know that. I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone.
Okay, nope, I still don't get it. What does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about?
Who indeed? Seems that not even Mr. Connors knows his true identity. So we should focus on what we do know, that there was a connection between the two of them. Particularly interested in how that connection was maintained. He stopped responding? That seems strange. I'm glad you agree. Helmet did too, of course.
That big scary mud really said that? What, like, woof woof? That's barking mad?
He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear.
Does it? Okay, well, then let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, the super intense, kind of scary glare, he's not trying to say he's hungry, is he?
He might be.
He might be. Mr. Edgeworth, help!
Kay really isn't fond of Connus's pet, it seems. Yes, there's a good boy. Now, where was I? Ah, of course. I suddenly stopped hearing from the pup. It does all seem like a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made on the life of the man who was pretending to be President Wang all these years. Warden Lagarde murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran. Excelsius Winner, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. The more I think back, the more it seemed at that time that some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all those incidents. Yes, even from behind bars, it was rather obvious that something strange was going on. You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom? Could you be any more brazen?
Yeah, even a thief would struggle to get away with something like, I thought I'd temporarily steal it.
Fear not, nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It wasn't necessary. It wasn't necessary after all. My ways. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Leave it at... No way, pal, you escaped. I ought to arrest you right now.
There'll be no need for that, detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell. Are you serious? Prison isn't supposed to be some place you can just stroll in and out when you please. What? I thought it was. I just been chilling here. Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one who strolled in to try and dig into my past only recently? You! Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe, I need to be able to question Mr. Connors further. Could you both try to remain calm for now?
Sure thing, sir. Kinda knew you were gonna say that.
Fine, but I'm not taking my eyes off of Dogman. Not even for a second, you hear? Says also Dogman. I think he added this. I did so used to enjoy tapping out my little letters in Braille.
Also Sasuke. Um, printed rather than handwritten. Okay. You said that you wrote all your letters in Braille, is that correct? I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you? That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's Cell didn't contain any Braille at all. Really? But surely that's impossible. How so, exactly? Maybe someone typed Mr. Connors' letters out on purpose? Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them. So then, Mr. Connors says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contained no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Connors' letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. They could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Connors. Mr. Connors, the answers you received, they were written in Braille too, yes. So some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxter's missives? And that same person might well be our secret string puller. Wait, you're trying to say that there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's this new one? Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo Gusto's son. But who is he? Where is he? If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be. I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. Him? But surely not. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet. Of course, it all makes sense. Know exactly who our so-called mastermind is. What? Who? You have to tell us. Hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. This person we've been looking for is... the son? The son of... He doesn't have any family. He would have been a kid 18 years ago. And it wasn't Fender. Because he was 18. Eustace Winter wouldn't have been alive. Will Powers. Maybe. It's not the killer, is it? Damn, it does a lot of damage if I get it wrong. Okay, okay. So it's got to be a boy, and they have to have been at least somewhere between like 5 and 15. Shilong Lang? He would have been 9. Okay, put a pin in that. Gumshoe would have been 14. Fender would have been 18. Eustace wouldn't have been alive. Simeon would have been 6. Is it Simeon? It has to be. The person behind all this, the person who forced Chairman Winter's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer, the person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kale and myself, the person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster. What? What? Did you really just say what I thought you did? Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right. The Berry Bake Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor? Who, little old me? What kind of favor? You told us you recorded the sound of Torosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? Ooh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy, did I see him. Or did I hear him? Can we listen to the tape? You surely can. Let's see now. That's it. That sound must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this, it's all falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not? Yup. Snap me a picture of it, too. Even if you can't really see it so well. I can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Your image analyzer, can we borrow it again? Sure, but... What do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha, I'm on it. Clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it. What am I looking at? That's... See, I done told y'all Torosaurus is his own dang self. Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme. M- 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 Monster! You're finally ready to admit it? That he's dang well real, the big bad bull himself? No, because that isn't... Oh, that isn't Taurosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this, if you would. The very big circus flyer. Oh, wait, look. You see it? The enormous lion balloon. That's the real monster. Oh. Sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire. Ah, come on, you're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that? That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air? They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever needing to go near the elevator. So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus? Circus worker, friend of the Bronxter, son of Gusto. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're not serious. You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. Whoa. Interesting. Man, I liked him. He's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right, Simeon Saint is the one behind all this. Simeon? But everything? Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us. You can't tell me that that was all lies. That would be too horrible. I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done. What? No, Mr. Connus, wait. Whoa. Damn it, he disappeared. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine, but... Damn you. Are you alright, Sean? He killed my dad. He did, right? There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. He did that shit. He won't get away with this. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, I'll... No, Sean. You mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both. I just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Connus. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we better be on our way, too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? Suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask you, Agent Ling. Need to see so, but glad to see this at least. Yeah, it's crazy. There is? What? Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir. I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth. Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. His dad. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing. Even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. But I'm going to put things right once and for all. Goddamn. I think this is the last part. Here we go. Very big circus, big top. Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come to watch the show? Hello, Mr. Barry, Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I remembered you giving me this. That's so great. You're gonna have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already. What are you talking about? Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Barry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct? Oh, yeah. What is this exactly? I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for. You do? Who's usually in charge of this balloon, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that would be Simeon. But wait, you don't mean... Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I need to put in some extra hours. That night, when it would have been even more difficult than usual. A strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious K to the top of the big building. In order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. It's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. Bro is racking up crimes. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never ever do anything like that. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail you said you believed I was innocent. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Damn, dude. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon, You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. Oh, this male manipulator, dude. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. I'm... Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person. I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weakness and exploit them. Without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all of our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief in the dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Reason until this moment it wasn't real to me. Now it fully came into focus. Whoa, he's hot. Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. I love every time it's like, whoa, he's different now. It's like, yeah, he's different. This is literally every case. Every case, it's like, guy is not actually who he says he is. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real. Oh, but I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you. Simeon, this can't be true, can it? Truth, lies, what does it matter? Huh? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. And now he's going to pay. I was just out practicing. Sure, I went up in the ballroom a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. So you go up in the balloon reasonably often? No worries, Moth. Sleep well, my friend. So you go up in the balloon reasonably often? Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said. Is that true, Miss Barry? Well, it's true that it's Simeon's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now. Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense. I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby, thank you very much. I was practicing. I went up in the balloon a couple nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took the picture when I flew by the big building. Fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. I have no idea. This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No. You need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take it from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few 100 pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off of the ground now that I think about it. I'd prefer it if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh, literally. We use a truck, okay? You just load it on the back and away you go. A truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I better keep that in mind. So I took the balloon out on the truck would have been then, the day before last. Blue truck. This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance? Huh? So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Agent Lang, Emma. There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away. And I found that what you asked me to go look for. Can't believe Ace Attorney has now 2 hot clowns. If I had a nickel for every time Ace Attorney had a hot clown in it, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot. But it's weird that it happened twice. It's loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. Blue truck. Smaller balloon used for promotional purposes. Saint is in charge of it and drives it around on the back of a truck. Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. What? Just because it's blue, like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure. Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? That wasn't me. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with the evidence. Wow, you sound just like him. Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it. Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way. You can tell just from that? What can I use to prove it's the same truck? Fingerprint dusting? I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. If I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw? Simeon Saints? Mine? Well, sure, my prints will be all over the truck. That's because I drive it all the time, genius. What is finding my fingerprints going to prove? I think I got that wrong. Somebody touched the truck while it was in front of the big building. Their prints would be on it, right? So all we need to do is remember who that could have been. Was it Lotta? Oh, y'all are hoping to find my prints on the truck? Yes. In fact, I fully expect to find them. You touched it while it was parked in front of the big building. Come on, admit it. I'll admit one thing. I don't got no memory of touching that there truck at all. Alright, I guess it was me. Yours? You think you're gonna find your own prints on there? I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend your scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. Alrighty, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? Me? Of course. Who else did you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how. Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself. So just spread the powder all over the area you want to search for prints. Like this. Moving the cursor around and pressing A will allow me to dust the area with powder. It sticks to fingerprints, so once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess. Blow it away? Yeah, with your mouth. Like that. Blowing with X should remove any excess powder. Alright, you got all that? Yes, thank you. Now let's give it a try. Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy. Okay, maybe there is. I know I said that, but you know, I get this thing off Amazon, so just careful. You're just gonna cover the whole thing. I guess that's fine. It's not how the game intended me to do it. Oh god. That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yep, leave it to me. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right. And with that, another lie is exposed. So what were you doing in the truck? Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know. Bullshit. Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. Your truck was sighted nearby. Objection. Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest. You were involved in both. What makes you think they were even connected? A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what. Oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? What connects them? The triple Z, the sedative. Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less. Objection. Huh, I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do that doesn't prove anything for sure. You must have something. Must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutor, you, Miles. You're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime. You flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. That's true. That is true. I mean, he's got a point. Does it make him any less guilty? You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting. No, I'm nothing like him. Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? It's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay, you about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire. Great, well I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind. Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old great thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes. Objection. What are you? Take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Milester. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again. We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. Alright, sure. It is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests that he is our mastermind? Of course. Connors was looking for our secret string puller too, the young pup as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps... But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? Fuck, I know. The fire?
that proves the link between our current case and the secret string puller. What is the other, this case and what? The one 12 years ago? The drawing? What was the other? Forged letter? This letter was sent by our mysterious mastermind, I'm sure of that. I just don't have enough to prove it yet. Let's see. Okay, guess we could maybe sing a song? Come on, at least try to hide the fact that you're playing for time. Ugh, amateurs. Oh, I'd love to sing. Won't you sing with me? We'll sing and be merry and happy and free. Yeah. Voices give me goosebumps, and not in a good way. Stop! Stop! Since it's going to buy us much time, I have to hurry. There must be another piece of evidence that ties Mr. Saint to this case. Being involved behind the scenes. The chess case? The plushie? The bug?
Take that!
The blood stain? I'm gonna just look it up. Correspondence chess diagram?
Take that!
Alright. Yes, that makes sense. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Connus. That same person might well be our secret string puller. That's right, our mastermind was involved in Connus and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them. Alright, that's enough. It's getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show, so if you don't mind... Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here, and I can't take any more of your interventions. Whew, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Areno's back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon the funny clown. Look at me. I'm, juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Where did that come from? Chess? Sure. I don't hate it. Secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Connus. I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Connus. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind? No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. What do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Connus and Knight. Do you think that person is me? Why would I go to all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him. What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed? Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. You could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Connus. That would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find letters you won't, trust me. Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Well, then we'll look in the trash. Fuck. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right? Must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover up his tracks. Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. So this doesn't prove anything either? We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? We out of options? Accuse me of betraying my friend and you don't even have any proof? You're despicable. Who was that? Oh, hi. Miss Barry. What does she want? Sorry, it's just, I was thinking about what you were saying and... This Knight person, you mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend? Yes, what of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning, for Simeon. What? What did you... How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away. Sure, here you go. Let's open it up, shall we? I just happen to be holding on to somebody else's mail without the intention of giving it back. A federal crime. It's another correspondence chess letter. So here's my next move. Pawn the g6. Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you are never going to beat me. Not at chess. Next move from the game with Mr. Connus. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route.
Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time.
Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Connus and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco. You're still getting in my way even now. I hate you. I hate you.
Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend.
We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest, but then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary.
Stop it, Bronco, stop it. I have to meet my dad, I promised. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he'll be able to show everybody he's the best in the world.
But no. He locked me in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad.
Whoa. You lost your dad?
Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. What do you mean? It totally matches up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim in the IS-7 incident, was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remember was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner. Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name. Maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? You think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. How did you know that? How did you know that he tricked him? Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long after the murder. And under the name Paul Halik. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Oh. Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny, not at all. You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son. What? Oh, Knight is... Oh, so Knight is the son. Huh? Bronco's chess set? In a ring? Yes, take a look at the ring for me if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works. It was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son for a long time. Eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. But that's not... That would mean I was... Precisely. That you are in fact the son of Carmelo Gusto. Whoa, okay. No, that can't be. My dad was... I remember, don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way. So I could see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? I was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show is just the icing on top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later. A little something. No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this. Oh, did you say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco. Farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I don't know. You did it. I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Connus. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it, the truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Connus's correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time. You're right, it was me. It was me all along. At last, he's finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you knew that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too, that's why. The guard kept questioning me day in and day out. Got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Couldn't sleep at night, even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus, at least that way moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I'd been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to, Connus, the man who saved my life. It wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim. Strange to think our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved. He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself, and they all became my prey. Red-haired clown twink becoming a hunter, huh? Sounds familiar. But I doubt even you imagine that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. Even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was going to all go down. So he saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winter would try to suppress the evidence and warden the guard's trial. I see, and that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law. Maybe I did, but how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night, but Winter pulled off one last surprise, didn't he?
He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claim to hate. That's only if I'd kidnapped anyone at all. I'd never do anything so wicked, never ever. Me committing a crime? No, 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 no. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun. So you admit it, your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge? Sure, I admit it, so what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. Huh? Most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winter, another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded, that was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders? Right. Same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot? I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of this plan too? So Rook's murder was... No, that was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Bum. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting the guard up was easy, too. I just made it seem like Knight and Connors were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chess set. So it was you who put it in there. Yes, it was. I thought that might point everybody nicely in Connors' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to go where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who, me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winter and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both. I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say no a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Getting arrested part of your plan, too? No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then, who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation! My knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you, because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it most. Okay. Oh, did he? I am gonna be right back. My face is bothering me. I'm gonna shave real quick.
about driving on the mountain?
What you think, doofus? You drive as fast as you can, challenging the corners.
The corners, huh? That's really the kind of thing you do for fun?
I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude riding. You're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins?
I don't know. That's really the kind of thing you do for fun?
I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude riding. You're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins?
I don't know.
Kneel before your master. Let me be the blesser of all souls.
I was feeling it was bugging me when my facial hair gets like to a certain point. I'm like, ugh. After like a couple days, I'm like, eh. I always shave it. But luckily I got a new razor for my birthday. And it's super fast, but it's also super messy and it's not waterproof, which sucks. Those are my qualms. It's super messy, dude. All right, let's see. How much longer is this? I'm trying to decide if I want to go into about an hour. Damn, still another hour? I thought we were... I mean, we're close.
I guess we're doing a lot of debating. Oh, did he? You're sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister, don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people, the poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake, forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet... Think about it. Can't prove I incited anything. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. Did you not kill the president? You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. You... letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. And you also bugged us, so that's pretty, it's pretty damning. Ah, he's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? The incitement stuff he's talking about. Incitement, okay, means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for murders I have nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I don't know. That's a great question. You should probably get a lawyer. You know, it is interesting how so many of these cases would be stalled in a heartbeat if they were just like, I'm going to talk to my lawyer, actually. Those are the magic words. If you're ever being interrogated, that's what you gotta do. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape, too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? I don't know, you'd still probably get shot. All I have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing, but you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me and we're done here. Alright, let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? Not going to give me an inch. There must be something we can do. Can't let his crimes go unpunished. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. Think you can get an assignment charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. You bugged us. Well, shit. No, can't end like this. Yet there's nothing more I can do. Fuck. With that, the truth receded into darkness. Fuck. Fuck. Right, I think I let my guard down for a moment there. But I won't make the same mistake twice. Here it comes, Mr. C.
Do you think he's telling the truth? He didn't really incite anybody to do anything. I don't think that's possible. He clearly intended for those murders to happen. You're right. Just have to prove that intent. Only we can find a way.
Hold up.
Warning of signals that were intercepted from the bug that was planned. Okay. So I was right. Afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself.
Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? I said that? Weird, I don't remember. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything. But this time you're wrong. I am. Yes, because our conversation was being recorded. With somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted. It was? You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us? No. Lang Ji says, a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end. It's actually a good one. Thank you. Lang Ji says a lot of good things. Miss Lloyd, could you play the tape, please? You bet I can. Got it. It's this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Gavel's cell phone. Who is that? Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay. Can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. It was right around here. I was as surprised as... Huh? That's weird. Something wrong, Miss Lloyd? I'll say. Seems we maybe didn't quite catch the next part on tape. Of course. What? Why? Why could it not be on there? How could it not be on there? Oh, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. Maybe you shouldn't speak like that if you're still trying to prove your innocence. Bro's too busy being evil. Something a little special about that bug, you see. Can be turned on and off remotely. What? Never knew they make those. Remote control bugs, sure, they exist, but... So you switched it off to avoid being recorded? Bingo. But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place. And I did. Of course I did. So obvious that somebody was eavesdropping, and that's because Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. You heard that whole conversation? I did indeed, old pal, but I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out much sooner. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you supposed to be a genius prosecutor? Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Ah, well. Aw, shucks, so my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all. Oh, and I must have recorded something you can use. If only that were true. Hey, K-Meister. Yeah? The old bugaroo was hidden in your pin that whole time, right? That shake anything loose from the old brain tree? I don't know. Give me a sec to think. You're the one who's been directly in contact with him before. So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of it. Right, for now, next topic, please. Huh? It's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. You're the one who's been in contact before. Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for? Started about, let's see, 2 nights back? In which case, during which time frame would we be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? Last night? Miss Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from last night. Last night, you say? Well, sure, I guess. I believe our culprit's voice should be there somewhere. Milester, weren't Kay and the bug with you last night? Oh, the night before. And are you trying to tell us you're the culprit? You're tying my brain in knots there, big guy. Alright, 2 nights ago. Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly, play any tape you have from the night before last. Oh, sure thing. That's the sound of the balloon. Indeed it is. Around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Ooh. Wait, that noise. That was a gunshot. You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. Huh, what are you talking about? Nobody ever even mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved with the case discharged a firearm. Just need to remember who it was and present the piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to this case? To the last case? Come on, Milester, this isn't like you. You need to focus up here. Forgive me.
Was the person who fired the gun the same person that kidnapped me, do you think?
It's a possibility, but not a certainty by any means. We need to find a piece of evidence tying somebody involved in this case to a firearm. Let's look everything over one more time. What do you whisper about, gang? How the gun has nothing to do with this, maybe? The gunshot captured on that tape has everything to do with this, and I'm going to prove it. Bub, 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 bub. I don't know. Walk through. President Wang's autopsy report. Okay.
Take that!
It's written right here, the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right, she was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be.
Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave.
If a gunshot rang out shortly after that. Don't tell me you didn't hear it for yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me? What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? What would the bullet have struck? The hot air balloon?
Take that!
I think the president was firing at the balloon, if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket.
Let's take a look and see, shall we?
This air canister?
Super long rope curled up in the bottom of the basket here.
Look it over. There's signs of it having been struck by a bullet. On it, Hey, Mr. Blacksuit, take the other end, will you?
Yes, ma'am. Nothing here or here. Nope, looks super clean.
Nothing here either. Huh. Guess this isn't what it hid.
Let's move on and find out what it did.
There's a gas tank here. It's fixed to the side of the basket. Doesn't look like it's been hit by any bullets, which is lucky. That would have not ended well for anybody nearby. Right, let's look elsewhere, shall we? Let's go over the sides of the basket just in case. Alright, I'll start from over here.
Hey, what are you doing just standing there? Help them too, will you? Yes, Shifu.
Huh, nothing. How about over there?
This side's clean, not even a speck of dirt.
But I'm right about this, I know I am. I need to think about the sound it made when it hit. It sounded like something harder than the wicker part of the basket, like metal in fact.
The metal bars?
Oh. A hole. The bullet stuck in it.
There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Good.
Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? Alright, no need to get cranky. I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavel and the President were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the President noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. Why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge there. Me? Yeah, you. You told him about Sean. What do you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage, he was afraid. Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me. He couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. Yeah, you were an innocent bystander using a hot air balloon. Kidnapping a young girl. I admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavel and the President were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the President noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. He pointed his gun at you? So his story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon. His story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof of the balloon. If Simeon hadn't come along when he did, Judge Gavel might have been in serious trouble. So he's basically your savior, right? I don't think it's quite that simple. After all, he was there to commit a crime, too. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testament in detail. There must be a hole in it somewhere. A hole in the hot air balloon.
Hold it!
You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon going pop. But it was a close run thing. So you left right then and there? Of course I did. He was shooting at me. You saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? There's a problem. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah, guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor.
I hung around a little bit longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. Oops.
Hold it!
The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept.
The auction? My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right?
Still, I don't remember it. Feels like it was last night, but whatever. Indeed, the auction was being held on the 50th floor that day. Or no, I guess the case underwent yesterday. The actual happenings were the night before.
A bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes?
They were, which means if the president really did escape that way, as Mr. Saint says, somebody must have seen him. There's no way he could have passed through there unnoticed. Problem is the time at which each event occurred. But should the times line up, I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful for our case. So his story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon.
If Simeon hadn't come along when he did,
Judge Gabelle might have been in serious trouble.
so he's basically our savior, right?
I don't think it's quite that simple. And after all, he was there to commit a crime, too. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. Okay, yeah. So somebody would have seen him. That's the addendum. Escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. Oh, Lotta. Lotta was... Do we still have that? Sahara was in the 51st floor storeroom the night before last, but didn't see the president pass through. Bam. You're lying to us again. I am. The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? You believe the word of a two-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh non-pardon?
Say that about the chief again, I dare you. I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face.
So we know Hart was camped out on the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities. Which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch? Did he take the hot air balloon? He flew.
Flew?
Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon. Whoa. Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon? There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he would have left that rooftop. You know what the circus is all about, making the audience think you're in danger, giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn, Miss Hart. Can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never blinking for a moment? You bet your big toe I was, but didn't she fall asleep?
Objection.
It was in my testimony. So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? Yeah. So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few weeks after that. Well, passed out unconscious, you might say. What? What happened? Explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It's the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. Well, so what if I did, and a girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes? Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people. It doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof. Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down the hatch. So what if he did? What would that mean? Come now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No. Did he have to do that to me in my own voice? That's right. Oh, and another thing. We might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day. Only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double. What possible reason could the boy have for doing so? Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. No. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him, and maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It's my fault the Torosaurus head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear. Huh. Well, well, well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall? The president died from being crushed, was it? Yeah. Alright, well that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like, and so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winter. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who said old Torosaurus' noggin of falling, It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead, no doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of. That's what caused the murder here, not me. No, that's not possible. Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy. Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Urgh. Curse you. Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winter, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. No, it's not true. Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll just have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe then they'll finally do something. We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? You still don't have any proof yet, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And do you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. He's not holding back. What? Did you forget that little Sean's life is on the line too? Hey, Miles Arena. Take a deep breath for me, would you? Why would I do that, Fender? Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles, remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not? Or rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? Maybe he was already dead? Turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption. Just my 2 cents worth. Or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No, there were no traces of sedatives found during the autopsy. In which case, surely not. You ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. It's going to be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco with Chairman Winter. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that waddle monster head. Who set old Torosaurus noggin to falling? Yeah, I think he's lying. I think it's crushed to death by that model monster head. Did he crush him with the balloon?
Objection!
Bam. Shaw didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have me mixed up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid. Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. What? We're talking about the lion balloon? Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly? You seem very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof. Been killed by your balloon. Doop. I get it. That thing may look higher than air, but it weighs a few 100 pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had a ground pound on him with the balloon. To think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose, landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon. He didn't need to coerce you into taking him. Because what you took away was his dead body. Wait a minute now, Miles. What you're saying is true. The president would have been killed 2 nights ago. Which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would? Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again. It's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day! Gah.
April 5th? That was yesterday, which means...
Exactly. Means he died when a Torosaurus head fell off of that roof. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that?
No, it's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know who he was until today.
Oh, but you did know, because I told you myself. Ugh, my theory really have been so wide off the mark. I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winter and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. By ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love these powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, and what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto. You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course, Gusto. The IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. They determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea. He would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall, too.
How can you say that? He was your father. So scary. Miss Lagarde just keeps asking and asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me, please? I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work?
He was no father. He left me all on his own, on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father, what it should. You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death, just as he did.
That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor.
Oh, yeah. Refrigeration unit in a depot? Threw off the time of death? And how did I do that exactly? By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here. Sunshine Depot? You need to keep the body cool somewhere. You also need somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew the two were connected? Talk about the kidnapping again. Why are we bringing that up now? As much as you say, as much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless. Shut up! I'm nothing like him. Could never be like him. It's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike. Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? If that's not a product of your daddy's issues, I don't know what is. You don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. You're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. What should I say? I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit, and the kidnapping, nothing to do with me. Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavelle. We know it for a fact you were involved. You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? Which changes nothing. You still don't have any proof, or incitement, or kidnapping of anything. Oh, wait. Or are you planning on maybe fabricating some, taking a leaf out of the old winter playbook? Never. I would never do that. God, I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth, something like that. But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all! Lagarde, winner. And now you. None of you can touch me.
This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do?
Everything points to this man being our culprit. We need evidence, even just one piece. Alright, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll let you in for free if you'll finally admit defeat. Who was that? Gumshoe!
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gummy, where have you been?
I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report? I had them look into a few things real quick, sir, about the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It's registered to the Very Big Circus, just like you said. And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint, as usual. Our boy saves the day. Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? A valid question, I suppose, but we're no expert on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Barry?
We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals. But I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing.
Grr, you fool!
Simeon, you're scaring me.
What, the fact that the last, hour wasn't scaring you? Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you, so you panicked and moved to the grounds of the big building instead. Gah. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything all right? You're looking a bit pale. Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am. Perhaps you can enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. And I know you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did. There should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence, the balloon. Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find?
We, expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then I'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
He sure is. He'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten one out of way tighter spots than this one. What they said. We believe in you, Miles Reno. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Aw. Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. The perfect victory is only moments away. The President's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man.
This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. Should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president?
Take that!
Yellow?
Objection!
Oh, the yellow, the flower. The flower. The flower is the yellow.
Take that!
I was right. Just wrong thing. When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. Flower back in Jangfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that will be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. Grr, it's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The president held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No. You don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow. Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Huh? Emma? Yeah? I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind. Leave it to me. Alright. Let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? Aha, I got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. If it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it. What? And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself. No! With this, no! You crushed the president with that balloon. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder. Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. He couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. So while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused, and the Torosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder? Grr. You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from a balloon to the lot below, while he was dangling from the rope you used. He was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. No, how did you see through it all? No. You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all-powerful, but your reign is at an end.
The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Isaiah. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad all at the same time.
Stop it! Stop looking at me like that! Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. That's pretty good. Thank you. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. I don't... Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Dad, where are you? I'm so scared.
I don't know what you're talking about. Never done anything wrong. I'm not the bad one, they are.
Why, Bronco, why didn't you just stop me from seeing my dad?
If only one of... If none of them did what they did, I wouldn't... Blah, 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 blah. It's going way too fast. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone with nobody to help me. But that man, he helped me. Connors was the only one. So what if I used people? I had to. I was wrong. No, leave me alone! Leave me alone! Ah, that hurts! Stop it! You, no! Damn. No! Oh! My God. They're just letting this happen? Seems the game is up at last. The killer. Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I'm free to... No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Please. Sorry, I got something stuck in my teeth now. Hold on, let me get my floss. My God. Can I get it?
I think a piece of like, I said that my razor is like super messy, right? I must have somehow gotten a piece. Did I get it? I don't feel it anymore. I must have gotten it. I must have gotten a piece like lodged in between my teeth. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't feel it anymore. I don't know where it went. Please, not only are you carrying one, you are just about to draw it. You must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. One does not know what cards one's opponent is holding. One can be very easily surprised. That was not your true crime, no. Thinking you could deceive me, manipulate. I think murder was his real crime, but thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! Oh shit. You! It's been a while, the killer. Step aside, Connors. That man is my target. I would politely ask you to call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. And if I refuse, let us just say that I might not take the loss of the life that I never saved to. Well, you save a life, Bodhidharma Connors, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know, but yes. I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one, that of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like. I know I... What's up, Mr. Hiker? I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you. I'm in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all a good day. No, get back here. You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needs to be shown the error of his ways. Need none just that. Alright, I suppose we better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmut? Yes. Yes, it does. Oh. Hello. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? I will not lie, I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case. Here.
Sean, no!
You must not falter, little one. Here. You may use my knife. Take it. And cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. Oh my god. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway.
I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it. Please, Sean, I beg of you. At least, I did until just now. Would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took.
Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good. Trust me.
All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out, numbs it.
Maybe it does. Listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean,
But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me. They worry about me.
Thoughtful words indeed, little one.
Yeah? Well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you. But I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that.
Sean,
Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be.
You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay. Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup.
on our way? To where?
Where else? To the prison, our home.
Our home?
And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. April 8th, 2:54 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, Chamber.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here?
Mr. Edgeworth, your request has been processed and approved.
Huh? You're what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated.
Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
I'm returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
I still can't believe you did that for me.
A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally. And by believing in your client, the truth will make itself known. That man's image has been forever burned into my memory. As strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom. Good old Gregory. But that's his and my father's path. Mine lies elsewhere.
Mr. Edgeworth.
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, I guess that's that. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. Besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. Alright then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey, Milester. Care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? You once asked me something, Fender. Are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Hold on. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Someone tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you, one only you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since, about how I mean to live my life. Now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. Can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you, to lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone, to fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He kept that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt even you imagine that the body double would ever go as far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. As long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. Even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him. How do we plan to do that? If I had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winter made a mockery of justice, and in so doing drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. Can say that again. Yep, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint, but a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take upon my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn. Very Miles Areno. I like it. You know it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself, that's lowering on hard mode. I understand that. But somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change, adapt or perish, am I right? You're gonna smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset, that was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out. Fender, thank you.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway.
Please.
By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law.
Nice.
All right, you're a prosecutor again.
Best news I've heard all week, sir. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I gotta scoot. Your papa's gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. Next time you see me could be across a courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. Nice. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon. Oh. Alrighty, Fender out.
Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Gabelle. I owe you more than I can say. You do. You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed.
Not at all. I was never truly alone. That's right. You had the goddess of justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law and to overcome them.
And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve.
I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon.
As will I. You did not see the best of me when last I oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality.
Judge Gavelle, I don't mean to call your motivation into question.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
But, to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. True. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more.
You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there was another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winter. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean. Its clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's an opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. True. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's.
Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died.
So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Something it may anger her to hear me say such things.
So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but I must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother. That I believe above all else.
I see. Seems that we both have plenty still to learn.
Indeed, we are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. We look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey.
Aw. Cool to see a different judge for once. I lost the title of prosecutor, but now I have regained it, and in doing so, I have seen a new way forward, justice, and I am determined to follow that path until it leads me to the truth, no matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles there might be. Woe betide anybody who stands in the way. For anybody they may be, whatever they may say, I will lift my voice and shout. Yeah.
Takeshi Yamazaki.
So, Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves next, huh? Did I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it. Laser our stock and trade, our bread and butter. You don't have to hand that stuff over, not to your danged apprentice. Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a bunch to learn, huh? Well, alright then. Better go track down some leads my own self. That's the spirit. You go get 'em, champ. Before you mosey on down the way. Mind sharing what kind of leads them there leads might be? Huh? But, Chief, you... Come on, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold out on the boss.
Oh, come on, Chief, that's cold.
How in the world does that work? My armed wound has yet to fully heal, even now. But the bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry, but never mind that now. Time to return to the life of simple ice cream, although I've been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in. Sure, yeah, might ought to knock me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't out for the count just yet. I'll be keeping my guard up and looking for an opening. We'll get you out there. Ain't that right, Teddy? Second the bell rings, blah, blah. Time to training. Yeah, you get the point. I wish they would slow these things down. You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still studying every single day, still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it suits me. I plan to make a new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away now because I helped Warden Lagarde? Yeah. Why do you think I'm being so nice to these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about the freaking license. I just want to get out of here. Why me? It'd be the first time that a killer returns. I guess he was the first one.
I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. Can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. We'll light up the stage and blow away the competition and all those awful memories in it.
I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago I saved a life, and the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon at least, won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around, no, they won't. He's still in there? What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet.
Oh, so soft, fluffy, and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight.
I'll always be waiting for you, Judy, and I'll come visit you every day, just like you did Eddie when I was there.
We have so much to thank.
Oh, right, that's the other way. Yeah, she's in the jail now.
Most of all, the fact that I got to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson.
Oh, and not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off. Right, because she moved the body. She preserved it for all that time.
Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I owe you a great big thank you, you know. And dear old Greggy Pegleg, too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I can eat Sammy Poopin' sweets again. I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small you can only eat sticks, so you can get skinny as a tent pig.
Man, I've met so many beautiful people now, and I've drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work, though. She took one look at the sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam! And she left. Guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? Follow my fart. By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right. What's her name? Kianj? Badster, the Badinator. Seriously, though, thanks for the assist today, good buddy. If you want me to talk about an IS-7, I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Oh, is he out of prison? Yeah, Miles Areno chose a different path. That means we can't work together, but that won't stop me from whatever. You've gone pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni, a compliment from Big Bad Detective Bad. Am I dreaming? Well, flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. You ever need a little fender magic, just say the word.
Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought for what I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it.
Even you told them.
Ouch. Ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. Still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. What's that? You think we should be getting back to work? I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting.
Damn, there's a lot of characters in this one, huh?
Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, huh? Right? Even if I have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe, all this flying around is gonna get tiring. Still, it's all part of becoming a first-class forensic investigator. Guess I better get going. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running. You know I will.
Well, Mossy, why was the same guy's name twice on quality assurance? Is that a joke?
The greater one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. But Eustace Winner, was it? He has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested. Just as I was.
Miles Edgeworth chose to live it up as a prosecutor. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with. My father hid a secret, bore a burden, and only have imagined. I thought only of my family name, he thought of so much more. Thought of our entire nation. I mean to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter, even if the real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort, and all my men's effort, Zhang Fa will rise again. Can't wait for you to see it. I gave up on the winner thing. Told everybody to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him, and better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now, first order of business, get a new nickname. Good for you, Nod Winner. Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done. The movie's going down great.
I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big bad man emerges from Big Bad Bull. Revealed true face of monster behind Shang Fang President murder plot. Huh? Wait, this is a picture of you, Mr. Powers.
What? But why?
Hey, it's not so bad after all to make people come see the movie.
Yeah, I guess.
I very much enjoyed the movie, Sean. It's nothing. It's not even a big part.
The boy who befriended both Torosaurus and Gordy, they don't even come bigger than that. and it was a role you were born to play.
You think? Well, it would be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And I kinda like acting. Hey, can we pick something up before we head back? I want to get some lion lilies for my dad.
Of course, and I will buy some too, for Amelie. April 8th, 4:17 p.m. Prosecutor's Building, High Prosecutor's Offices.
Phew, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir?
Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once?
It's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way. Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you? No, dummy. How could you say that?
And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, okay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice?
Yeah, good question. What? You're not sure? Well, how can I put this? Because I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief, just like he was.
The Yatagarasu, or a Yatagarasu at least.
But watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life, too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate.
She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade.
I'm gonna be my own hero.
That sounds like an admirable plan indeed.
I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right? Whatever name you pick, you'll always be K to us, K. You'll always be a hero. Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too. You bet I will, and I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir.
Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise.
Huh? Huh? Wait, you mean...
What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, detective. A 30-cent raise.
You will? This is unbelievable, sir. No way. Go Gummy.
It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind. But don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you'll understand that.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see.
Fender and Judge Gavel set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. Certainly won't be easy. Unless...
Mr. Edgeworth, there's another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winter. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean. This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave hope. Near you gave hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead.
So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds.
Oh, I almost forgot.
What? What is it?
I was trying to find other members for my Yatagarasu team, right?
I do vaguely remember something about that.
I never even found a single one. We were going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream. You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it. Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once for all.
Oh, it's just like the original Yatagarasu. Can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making, too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me, and as long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. Yeah. Oh, what a good ending. The end. Turnabout for the Ages awarded. New items unlocked in the gallery. What do we got? Damn, I only got 60%. Saying the worst thing possible to Eustace during his mind chess match? Oh my god. Got all the music. Photo album. Oh, these are all the pictures. Character compendium. Wow, you can see you can see all of their little poses. That's cute. Cool. Missile. Wow. See all the concept art? Whoa. Was this gonna be Gavel? Batty. Or is this gonna be K? Whoa. Whoa. Why is there art of him it is in his tidy whities, dude? Well, this one's like super faded.
bad, I guess. Callisto. I don't know who these guys are. Bandoland. Looks like he's got a really long head at the top right. Whoa. Is he naked? Look like she's almost gonna resemble the foreign guy in the first game. It's interesting to see concept art. Because you can tell some of them have like... Some of them, they really just like decided on what the idea was gonna be and stuck with it. And sometimes they change it up like crazy. Oh my god. The one at the top left. Whoa. If they give him nipples. Looks like a rat in the bottom right one. Whoa. Almost makes me think that they were gonna give him like... They're gonna give him like a Diavolo situation where he had like DID. Is that everything? Special exhibits? There he is. Edgeworth with Gumshoe. Whoa, what's this? Is this like them waking up? Oh my god, is he sleeping in a box? Is Gumshoe really that broke? There's like roaches and he's sleeping in a box. Maybe it's not a box. He's sleeping on the floor. In a... That's so sad. Cool. The music collection. Listen to some very special tracks. Well, there it is. Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. Splendid work. Let's just jump into the next one, shall we? The Greatest Ace Attorney Chronicles. Can't do this for a long time, but we'll get started on it. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I think we've got another stream of this Wednesday or Thursday, but I kind of want to just jump into it. Let's just jump right into it. Philly D style. And these are the most modern Ace Attorney games. although they take place in the distant past, so I'm excited. Anime opening. Whoa. Whoa. He's cute. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Bienvenue à la Carnival. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. Oh my god, I still can't believe that I finally... The main character is gonna use my main voice. My actual voice. As much as I loved investigations, oh my god. Doing Edgeworth's voice for like half the time was a lot. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Okay. A second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident, and now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Ooh, who's this hottie? And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. I was on a date with my boyfriend, Kazuma. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. And his head sash always seems to be flowing. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. And have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Wait, so am I not the lawyer in this case? This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotaba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotaba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Oh my god. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. Just trying to see if there's a faster... I guess it's a decent speed. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant, some shady stuff going on here. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Damn. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. What's more, I think the old man might have done it. He'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. November 22nd, 9:00 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. We're finally back in the court. So, this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. So my understanding is that he's actually a distant relative of Phoenix Wright. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my god. Whoa, look at that luscious beard. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Been practicing my judge voice. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. It's ouchie. Ouchie. Is he related to Winston Payne? Are there like a lot of characters that have like relatives in this game, I wonder? Like a Pokemon Legends situation? As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
Oh, this is the question. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... Yeah, I was totally the professor, dude. He's trying to make me defend myself, because that's like certain death in the courtroom. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. He's so cute. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotaba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. I mean... maybe not in the courtroom, but... No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotaba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judication of Japan. Accordingly, the very high standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of R. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just have to press R for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of everything, evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. So remember, everything you do with the current case can be found in the court record. Alright, let's actually look at this, shall we? University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Victim, John H. Wilson. Male, British. Time of death, 19th of November, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through body. Kazuma Asogi, 23, a second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yuji Mikotaba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic science and Kazuma's mentor. Takesuchi Aochi, 51, the lead prosecutor of this case, would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case, 47. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now. Yes. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
And Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally, and as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation, the AJTFN.
And yet, despite those delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education, have you no honor?
But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for his crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was here at the scene of the crime. Or there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose the next question to you, Defendant Naruto. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Bullet wound, right? or a gunshot to the chest. The cause of death. Well, obviously that was, renal escape. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Postmortem report. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. And the bullet did not exit the body, right? So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotaba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today. Not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but... Any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental Eatery, 3 days ago.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it too. There's hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yeah, my question is, why did he have a gun?
Yes!
That was me! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table?
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about him interjecting, but still, what should I do? Wait and see. Desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject.
Ryunosuke, your parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you?
I suppose I am. Never got into Yume University otherwise.
But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty.
Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry.
And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it.
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There's a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could this be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer at all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Also, Naga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Oh, sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, you just came up with that. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Why does a waiter have a business card? Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. God, he's fucking dying. Waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Excuse me. The head waiter's business card. A sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back.
He's dead. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case.
Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant not although.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you admit your guilt at this stage, this court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of this case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean?
Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotaba said it, so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryosuke. Yeah. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is.
Indeed. Prosecutor Alchi, please continue with proceedings.
Tisk. Well, you were warned. The young ones can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Ugh.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant, Aisa Nosa.
Aisa Nosa.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Myself I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Razute at its humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyuryo Korekuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma to the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, Sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantry over there who unloaded his firearm, sir.
This man's as impossible to understand as the other.
But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. State everything you saw at the precise moment that incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by ready to report, sir.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
Acerbic. Acerbic? I was ingesting a regular beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. From the back? That's not quite right, is it? Yeah, caused by loss of bloodshot from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Bam.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the spill second to when the defendant fired the weapons at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and started drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. And I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Well, if that's the truth, there is obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt.
Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
The defense demands its right to cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Well, Daddy, Kazuma is so commanding. Wow, he's so hot.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then, it's all or nothing. In the back, the cowardly little weasel. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. I'm glad I chose that one, not the other one. This one just felt more concrete. Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. An inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is about the time that I would order Postmates, but that's not a thing yet. Ah, this is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. But I'm going to. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Aisa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military grade eyes, sir. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain that? Couldn't find a babysitter. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixated on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Aisa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusions we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Oh, he said the word. He said the title. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it off of the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Holy Era Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop rasauté, in the hope of meeting a rich diner, who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hoey treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it may have fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? I did! But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded away treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see.
that lamentable day. The precious Hoekaban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Excuse me. For himself.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Algie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will not find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have a further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear. There is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Ido.
Seems those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
That's what I said. Ido tension. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Ew. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing this gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I did myself see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. These testimonies are certainly...
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of this court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Oh, okay, so then I guess...
I guess that checks out. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
Doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand what's going on here. Alright. We're gonna a big chunky stream tonight.
We will continue this in a few days. Tomorrow we have our Soul Link with Suja and Tomodachi Life. So I'll see you guys then. Love you guys so much. Take care of yourselves. And as always, ciao. Bye, everybody. Good to be back in the courtroom again.